Hello, guys, and welcome back. Quality Shot Tennis. We've got JANNIK Sinner versus Carlos Alcaraz at the U.S. Open. You already know what it is. Sixth straight meeting for these two in a final. Their fifth straight meeting in big tournaments in a final where they both play the big tournament. They split the Grand Slam final meetings that they've had so far this year. Wimbledon went to Sinner. Roland Garros went to Alcaraz. And now they play a deciding meeting on the quote-unquote neutral surface hard court, and we'll see who wins the battle for world number one in what is a rematch of an epic match that they had here 3 years ago as well. And both their matches at Wimbledon, Roland Garros, were exciting. Alcaraz is always cinema. We're here for it. Thank you for joining in. I'm going to have play-by-play. I'll be here from first point to last. So yeah, this is the stream where you want to be on. I know there are a lot of streams and a lot of people talking about the match, but we're going to have the best one. Okay. Let me just put that out there. This one's going to be, it's going to rock. So you want to be here. Are you doing Tiger? You're doing Jerome? What's up? Alcaraz in 5. That's my prediction as well. I'm going Carlos in 5. Same thing as it happened 3 years ago. I know a lot of people are going to pick Sinner. This is one of the most 50-50 Grand Slam finals that we've had in a minute, which what I mean by that is I see so many people picking Sinner. I see so many people picking Alcaraz. There's really no clear favorite that people are going with, but I think Sinner is known as the king of hard courts. So a lot of people, probably slightly more, are going to pick JANNIK, but the thing is Alcaraz is winning the head-to-head. It's 9-5. Cincinnati, Sinner was injured, but Alcaraz also won the hard court meeting in Beijing the last time they played on hard courts before that, also in a final. And also Alcaraz is yet to drop a set. In my opinion, you could argue this or debate this, but I think Alcaraz, maybe ironically, has been the more consistent player, if you can even call it that, in not just U.S. Open, but also in Cincinnati. Sinner is also playing consistently like alien level tennis and is amazing, but just slightly, I would say Alcaraz playing like just slightly more consistent, which is something you just wouldn't really hear very much, but that's honestly my opinion. But the margins are very small. But it's a really interesting match for a lot of different reasons. And they're also making history. This is the only rivalry to play 3 slam finals in one season. It's the only rivalry or pair of players to play 3 consecutive slam finals on 3 different surfaces. The other 2 were amazing. Wimbledon, a little bit overshadowed by Roland Garros, because I thought Wimbledon was incredible as well. Not nearly as good as Roland Garros, but it was unbelievably memorable final, at least in my opinion. So they always bring the best out of each other, and in turn, they bring the best out of tennis. So we're kind of blessed to have this rivalry, honestly. And it has the makings of an all-time great match. We'll see if it gets to that level. But, yeah, a lot of positives things I'm saying, maybe hyperbolic, but I don't care. I'm going to Alcaraz in 5 sets. Let me know what your predictions are. Let me know what your predictions are. Play-by-play. Yeah, this is play-by-play stream. And I'll be talking about the matches I see it. Forehand Sinner, the forehand of Alcaraz for a pass. I think Alcaraz just misses that one long. So 15 love for Sinner, who is serving first. Let me get the scoreboard up on here. Here we go. Let me know your predictions. Who's win this one, Sinner or Alcaraz? Also, how many sets? Let me know. 15 love, JANNIK serving to start us off. Serve, Sinner, forehand of Alcaraz, forehand of Sinner. Backhand slice, Alcaraz defending, forehand of Sinner. Great shot, 30 love. We're going to see a lot of winners I think I was muted for a second. Oops. Alcaraz in 4. But I was saying that these two push the very best out of each other. And Alcaraz has to my favorite thing about this rivalry is that Sinner doesn't have the variety of Alcaraz, but he is forced to play some of his most creative shot making when they play. And I think these two are both two of the most talented players we've seen in tennis for a long time, if honestly, probably ever. So it's great to see Sinner push that way. And these two are a big test and challenge to one another. They don't like, quote unquote, playing each other, but they do like playing each other because it pushes them to their best. I think sound is muted. Yeah, it was for a second. Okay, cool. Vamos. All right, we already got over 50 people watching. Appreciate you guys. Let's keep it growing. 30 y'all. Alcaraz to return. Sinner first serve in the net. Sinner is not making enough first serves against Felix. He was looking like ever so slightly off his game against Felix, but also he won in 4 sets against Auger-Aliassime, who was playing absolutely incredible. So don't know how much you can say. Big return from Carlos. So Carlos with a break point early. Alcaraz in his 8th consecutive final. Last time he didn't make a final of a tournament, he lost to David Goffin in Miami, and which was extremely random, but also is kind of where he was at that moment. He was just not even close to his best, kind of losing to quote unquote random players that he wouldn't usually lose to. Serve Sinner down the tee, big serve, makes the first serve. That's what's needed. Deuce. How you doing, Joe? Good to see you. Good to see you. Another first serve in the net. Sinner needs to get that serve working. That could be a problem for him. Second serve. Backhand of Alcaraz. Forehand of Sinner. Backhand of Alcaraz. Backhand of Sinner. Going backhand to backhand. Now forehand from Sinner. Opens up the court. Forehand. Alcaraz defending. Great depth off that shot. Backhand. Cross court. Backhand of Sinner. Hits the net. Forehand. Sinner. Great rally already. Ooh, what a level in the rally already. Only exchanging back to big blows from the back to court, but both guys feeling each other out. And that's what, listen, you live for this, dude. Sinner Alcaraz final. We're going to get some fireworks, dude. Just hopefully these guys stay healthy. We don't want to see another Cincy, but let's go. Let's hope we see another epic match between these two. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've already gotten 3 5-set matches between these two. And Nadal and Djokovic played 3 5-set matches throughout their whole career, throughout their entire rivalry, which it doesn't really feel that way. It feels like they played more. Sinner misses that shot, I believe. So it's back to deuce. But yeah, for some reason, these two, I mean, this is like, to me, this rivalry is like the chosen one. Like this rivalry is showing up, dude. And their match here, specifically at the U.S. Open 3 years ago, is one of my personal favorite matches of all time. Having seen that match very nearly in its entirety, I started watching that match at deuce in the first game when I was rushing home to catch the beginning. I started watching that U.S. Open quarterfinal at deuce, and then I literally watched every single point after that until the match point. My eyes were glued to the TV. I was completely amazed and enthralled. And I really think that these two specifically push the best out of each other. Like at the time, neither guy were really like, nobody would say, wow, 2022 Sinner Alcaraz, like they play as well as anybody has ever played until that match. And then when they played each other in that meeting, they just pushed the best out of each other. Big shot from Alcaraz out of nowhere. Forehand, big. Forehand of Sinner way behind the court like he's Medvedev. Backhand, Sinner to the backhand of Alcaraz. Backhand Sinner down the line. Forehand of Alcaraz. Big. And again, what a crazy shot from Alcaraz. Another game point. We're going to have a 20-minute long first game. I'm telling you, man, this has the makings of an all-time kind of match. We'll see if it lives up to that, but it is already historic no matter what happens. And that is already, I mean, just the history behind it does make it an all-time match. But already the level is ridiculous. Alcaraz particularly is creating some crazy shots and big blows already. But the great thing about Alcaraz is it's just the way he plays, but he's kind of gotten more solid this year. And what a monster. Forehand Alcaraz to the backhand of Sinner. That's in the net. It's going to be another break point for the Spaniard. What a rally to bring it to deuce. Yeah. No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, we hope that we see the both guys at their physical best. Sinner serve. Can't make a first serve. It's gonna be a second serve. That's a problem already. Second serve, the backhand of Carlos, backhand Sinner. Backhand slice Carlos. Backhand of Sinner. That's in the net. It's the first game for Carlos Alcaraz. Early break. That's huge. Absolutely huge for his confidence. James Blake, before the match started, reminded Alcaraz he had seemingly forgotten that he's playing for world number one. Alcaraz goes, "Thank you. Thanks for reminding me that. That is definitely not going to make me more nervous." Alcaraz is hilarious, dude. But yeah, I mean, there's so much stakes on this match, and it's actually the first time a Grand Slam final two players play for world number one. It almost never happens, by the way, but it's the first time that's happened since Alcaraz first got world number one playing Casper Ruud. And actually, Alcaraz has barely been world number one. Like he was number one for I think 16 weeks, something like that. Which is really weird. It feels like he's been a number one player longer than that. But yeah, I mean, until post Miami, like I mentioned, where he lost to David Goffin, he was very up and down kind of thing compared to Sinner or Djokovic or Rafa or whoever else that were maybe a little bit more consistent. But it would be nice to see Carlos at the back, top of the rankings. As he does deserve that. Sinner also deserves it, and that's why this match is going to be amazing. Alcaraz misses backhand slice, left 15. Thanks for joining in already. Don't forget to subscribe, Quality Shot Tennis. The stream's going to be lit, dude. I feel it. This match's going to be good. I was grateful that I was able to do commentary watching the and had a big stream watching the Roland Garros final, because that is definitely one of the most historic matches that's ever going to be played in tennis history. And it was great that I was able to watch that live with a bunch of cool people. So here's another one. Here's another Sinner Alcaraz. We'll see how good this final is. Doesn't have to be as good as the Roland Garros one, but even if it's literally 1/10 as good, it's still gonna be amazing. Because that match is bonkers. Their Roland Garros matchup, something about this rivalry just is always bringing out just something crazy and special. US Open, it was just the most up and down roller coaster, amazing match with so many great moments, whether it was Sinner seeming like he's going to retire, and then suddenly he wins 7-0 tiebreaker, or Alcaraz hitting it behind the back, or whatever else, Alcaraz saving a match point. Beijing, Alcaraz wins 7 straight points, the tiebreaker, wins that. French Open, Alcaraz saves 3 championships points, comes back from 2 sets to love down in a break against a guy who had won 29, I think, consecutive sets at Grand Slam level. And it seemed like Sinner was about to, kind of pull off the Roger Federer thing and finally kind of win his first Roland Garros, when it seemed like hard court, maybe grass court, was going to be his better surfaces, but Alcaraz denies him that. There's so many crazy, amazing, memorable things about that match, and their rivalry just brings out some great stuff. It's amazing. Forehand Alcaraz. And JANNIK falls to the floor because Alcaraz goes behind JANNIK there. So he's going the other way. That's amazing athleticism from Carlos, sliding on the hard court to even be able to pull off that shot. It's one thing to have a great strategy, and it's another thing to be able to pull off otherworldly athleticism, to be able to implement those tactics. And that's really what this is all about. Djokovic, Sinner, and Alcaraz, it's about, they're doing things that Alcaraz being creative with it. Slice shot through the court, and it's 2-0 for Carlos, who just enjoys himself so much on the court with his creativity as well. But Sinner, Alcaraz, and Djokovic, not just implementing new tactics and changing things up, but it's their ability to do things that we've basically never, ever seen in the sport that catches the other people off guard. And that's what really makes people amazed by tennis, which and the things that just everything about it is amazing. So how they what they're able to achieve and do. You reckon Alcaraz dyeing his hair blonde if he wins? He said it's going to be even better. I don't know what he means by that. I hope it means he's going to grow a mohawk, because that is the most funny thing he could do. And I'm always hoping for the most funny or ridiculous thing. Can't believe Fed and Nadal never met at U.S. Open. Privileged to be witnessing this. Yes, 100%. Hey, how you doing, MJ? Good to see you, fakey dropper. Yeah, but that's a statement already. He's gonna pull out the entire gauntlet and more. He's gonna make up new tennis shots, and Sinner's just gonna have to deal with it. It's amazing, this rivalry. It's Alcaraz. Just you couldn't write a better rivalry in terms of play style. And they're bringing such fresh, hard hitting to the game. Like even Rafa and Roger. I mean, this is like basically like Del Potro against Fernando Gonzalez, but Del Potro also is Alcaraz, who's inventing new shots like every other game, and it's absolutely like the most insane athlete you'll ever see in any sport. And then there's Sinner, who, let's say in this comparison, Fernando Gonzalez, who's rocking flat forehands on the run and stuff, but he's also just like the most talented, like ice cold, solid, mentally solid player. And it's such a great contrast of styles. But like I said earlier, Sinner has to raise his level of shot making when he plays Alcaraz, and he's able to do it in a lot of scenarios. But Sinner, who's like they're both basically like alien at what they're able to do. Alcaraz with his full gauntlet of shots, and Sinner with just basically being so solid. But Sinner basically needs to be solid at things that he could never even imagine before that he'd have to be solid at, which is dealing with these crazy fake drop shots and whatever else. It's like they bring the very best out of each other. And like I said, in turn, bring the best out of the sport. By the way, Alcaraz is flirting with a double break to start off this match. So let's see. I think the blonde is crazier than Mohawk. The only reason I'm not sure it is because Casper already did it. But yeah, it basically might be Mohawk or Ronaldo haircut. Yeah. Casper Ruud straight up looked like Draco Malfoy doing that, or like young Roger Federer, which a lot of people pointed out, who was also blonde. Second serve from Sinner. This is not a good start for JANNIK in terms of his first serves. Forehand, Alcaraz. I think he missed that. Could have made that one there. That was almost a gimme. Steph Curry in the house with Ayesha Curry. Let's go. One of my favorite athletes ever. Let's go. Steph. Big ol' 30. Let's go. Steph and Ayesha in the house. Okay, now we know we're getting an amazing final. Steph is watching Alcaraz. One of my favorite videos and meetings is Alcaraz and Steph Curry meeting each other, because they're my favorite athletes, and also two of the most talented athletes. Let's go. 3-1. Steph Curry might be my favorite athlete, only behind Roger Federer. So that's why I got so excited. I didn't realize he was coming. 2-1 for Alcaraz serving. On Carlos. Body coloring the blonde is more extreme. That's fair. Yeah, it's gonna look insane if that happens. I don't know if he might have been joking with the reporter. I don't know. But well, what if he just like grows it like crazy long too? Like that would look insane in its own right. Let's see. He grows out a JJ Wolf mullet. That might be the most crazy option, and also the one I want to see the most. Alcaraz has been world number one for longer than I thought. It wasn't 16 weeks; it was 36 weeks. That feels a little bit more right. For some reason, I thought it was 16. I was mixing him up with Medvedev. He's been world number one for 16 weeks. But anyway, 36 weeks. But the thing is, here's the thing. It's been a while since Alcaraz has been world number one. Like it's been a hot minute. Like I think it was like, I could be wrong with the timing, but I would say it's like April 2023 or something. March 2023, the last time he was world number one, something like that. Let me double check that. Okay, I am wrong again. That's fine. August 2023 is the last time he was world number one, and then Djokovic took him over, and then Sinner's basically been world number one since that. So, but still, it would be his first time being world number one in over 2 years. Hey, how are you doing, Lexi? Good to see you. Growing hair takes too long. Not with Alcaraz, though. His hair grows in like 3 days. Always intrigued what other pro athletes make this level of tennis was going through their minds. They all respect it. That's not biased talking, like not just because I'm like not just because I think it's amazing, but whenever I see any other pro athletes talk about tennis, they always are speaking about it with the utmost respect. I actually bring me one exception of that not happening, like of the best athletes in the world not talking about tennis with the utmost respect. I've never seen that, which really is a good sign of how respected and brutal tennis can be of a sport and how impressive it is. Because because it's kind of obvious if you play other sports, because tennis is pretty much a mix of everything you need for every other sport. It brings out everything out of you, and it's mentally so tough. See number one if he wins today. Winner of this match is number one. It's probably the biggest storyline of this match. I feel like Carlos always has a fast start. Yeah, for the most part, yes. I would probably say so. Sinner with the volley to start off the game, but Alcaraz brings it back to 15-all. Early stages in this one. Thank you guys for joining in so far. Let's keep the stream growing. Don't forget to like the stream if you haven't already. Alki broke, yes. First game, actually. And it was like a 10-minute long deuce game with some big, great shots from Carlos. And Sinner has not made enough first serve so far. Backhand to the backhand. Sinner going for a lob, I think. Doesn't get that one. 30-15 Alcaraz. This is their 15th meeting if you include Cincinnati. It's their 16th if you include Cincinnati and their meeting in a challenger tournament in the Juan Carlos Ferrero Open in Alicante. By the way, that lob against Carlos is not going to be good enough. Sinner needs to figure it out. But yeah, Alcaraz trying to go 10-5 in their head. If you don't want to include Cincinnati, 9-5. But let's just go 10-5 because health is part of it, you know. Staying in good health, unfortunately. And Alcaraz is playing amazing. Doesn't quite feel right not to include it to me. Few unforced errors from the racket of JANNIK so far. Maybe feeling like he has to overhit. Something that Alcaraz can do so amazing is his defense and staying with great depth. He's basically like almost like Djokovic in the amount of depth he can get on defense, but it's even more, I don't know, flashy, I guess. Another volley from Sinner. Alcaraz, did Alcaraz get that? Would be insane. No, not quite. Alcaraz, he could have. Alcaraz, I don't think any get or shot is impossible for Alcaraz, which is inspiring. 40-30 for Carlos. Fastest guy, in my opinion, that's ever played the game, just in terms of what he can do with the racket on defense. To me, is the fastest I've ever seen. Probably do like Alcaraz, then prime Gael Monfils, prime Rafa and Michael Chang in there. Backhand slice lob from Sinner. That's going to go out. I'm not sure he had to go for that. That's what I'm saying. If Sinner feels like he has to produce these kind of shot making that's out of his comfort zone, live likelihood to win 57% for Alcaraz. I'm not sure what the odds were like before, but I would be pretty sure it'd be very 50-50. That's kind of been the feeling going into this match, which really, I'll say it, I guess for the last time, but really does have all the makings of an all-time kind of match, because we saw Roland Garros, Wimbledon was amazing, and this is basically the deciding meeting of the year, and we've never had that before. We've never had a quote-unquote deciding Grand Slam final. We've never had a rivalry be 1-1 in Grand Slam finals on a year, because this is the first rivalry that's played 3 in a year. So that's a big deal. And also their match at the U.S. Open 3 years ago was an all-time great match. I don't care if somebody's like, all-time great match. What do you mean it's not one of an all-time great match? Have you seen Wimbledon 2008? To me, it's an all-time great match. Sinner has won 33 of his last 34 major matches. Crazy mix of explosivity, endurance, intelligence, and fine execution. Yeah. Alcaraz's one last ball mentality is like Hacksaw Ridge level. It's ridiculous. Really hope Amanda fixes herself in the Grand Slam finals. And the U.S. Open is a miracle with that crowd support. How could she not get a set at least? Yeah, I mean, she certainly deserves the spaces in the finals she got. What a ridiculous half volley from Alcaraz. He made that? That was nuts. Alcaraz has the smile. What a shot. Steph Curry hand skills on that one. Ridiculous. I mean, that is maybe the greatest half volley ever hit. That's absolutely insane. I mean, you can't hit a better one than that. I mean, we're only at 3-1, but that might be one of the shots of the match. That was insane. Actually, they penned Steph Curry, who's smiling at that one. Love 30 for Alcaraz. Great start for Carlos, who's all focused so far. Return and play. Sinner smashes a forehand. 15-30. Sinner injured. I mean, he was in the semi a little bit, so we're going to gauge it. What a volley. That was insane. I saw the match. She doesn't play to her level. It's weird. Yeah, I agree with you. In the Grand Slam finals, hopefully she starts picking up the level. Because, yes, she definitely is. I don't know if it's nerves. I don't know what it is. It could be nerves, at least a big factor. But she also needs to figure out the longevity thing of mentally and physically being there all the way to the end of the tournament and being able to pull it out at the end. But it's hard because her semifinal was such a physical thriller against Naomi Osaka. So I also am sure she was a little bit tired from that. And at Wimbledon, nervous, mentally still getting over the Sabalenka semifinals. So hopefully she can figure it out. To me, she definitely deserved those spots. Nobody else should have been in those finals. But I think, yeah, it would be nice to see her figure it out because she's not playing to her regular level at all, for sure. Because against Naomi Osaka, I honestly think Amanda Anisimova was hitting some of the best shot making from the back of the court and ball striking from the back of the court that I've ever seen. She is incredible at her best, the way that she can pound the ball. And that's amazing to say that against Naomi Osaka, who can also strike the ball incredibly. Alcaraz in the net, 40-30 for Sinner, who's holding on by a string here. He needs to figure something out with the serve. I don't know if it is an ab injury, something that's troubling him. Steph loving it, I know. That's what I was saying too, like Steph Curry type hand skills with a half volley. That was insane. If you play tennis, you know how insane that was. Alcaraz just misses the return, 3-2. This rivalry started in Alicante, 2019. Sinner had just won a challenger tournament as a wild card in Bergamo. and he was ranked 730 in the world when he won that challenger, one of the lowest ranked players to win a challenger tournament. And he gets a wild card into this Alicante tournament like a week later. Everybody's now starting to be a little bit privy to JANNIK Sinner, at least if you follow the challengers. I was at the time, and I remember getting the notification actually of Teen Sinner wins challenger tournament in Bergamo. And actually, I left a comment on that video, which is still up there on that video, that says, I hope this guy gets big so that we can keep seeing his name. Because now we're used to the name JANNIK Sinner, but the last name Sinner is kind of funny as a last name for a player, because of obviously what it means. But anyway, he gets a challenger, like a late wild card into this Alicante Open challenger at the Juan Carlos Ferrero Open. Obviously, Alcaraz has been coached by Juan Carlos Ferrero since he's been like 13 or 14. And so he was practicing at the same place anyway where this tournament was being held. And Alcaraz gets a wild card into his very first challenger tournament. And guess who he plays in the first round? In his very first challenger match. To be clear, the matches that are shown in ATP head-to-heads are challenger and ATP tour level matches. The first challenger match that Alcaraz ever played was against none other than wildcard JANNIK Sinner. The very first challenger match that Alcaraz played. It was like this head-to-head is meant to be. The tennis draw brought these two together, and they already play a classic in this challenger match, round of 64 in Juan Carlos Ferrero Open, Alicante 2019. Because Alcaraz, Sinner's up 3-0, I think a double break in the third set, at least 3-0. And Alcaraz wins 6 straight games to win 6-3 in the third set. So they've been playing like long, kind of interesting, epic in a way matches since the start. Alcaraz, I think, was like 15 at the time. And I had already known of Alcaraz because everybody was like, this kid is crazy. It was kind of the thing like, okay, he's very good, very young. Does that mean he's going to end up being an amazing professional? We'll see, but definitely somebody to keep an eye on. But yeah, these two play at Alicante Open challenger match. And then the first 4 matches they play on 4 different surfaces, ending with the US Open quarterfinal, which is one of the greatest matches probably of all time, at least in recent tennis history, along with the Roland Garros match as well. And they play on indoor hard courts in Paris. They play on grass courts at Wimbledon. They play on clay courts in Umag, and they play on outdoor hard courts at the US Open. Their first 4 meetings on 4 different surfaces, which is not just rare for a rivalry between 2 top players, but it's just rare for any kind of rivalry at all. Alcaraz hits an ace to get into hold to love, by the way. So he's up 4-2 and is playing amazing, which has been his level this entire tournament and really this entire year since Miami. And also, by the way, just speaking on the same topic, is that Alcaraz and Sinner, this is purely coincidental, but Alcaraz and Sinner, the first match they play was at the round of 64 in a challenger tournament. Then they play round of 32. Then they play round of 16. And then their next 3 matches are a final, a quarterfinal, then a semifinal. They literally complete the gauntlet of playing in every single conceivable round of a tournament that they could play in their first, I guess, 6 matches, which is also hilarious. They've only not played in the round of 128. And I doubt that we're going to see that happen. Unless there at some point Sinner Alcaraz is somehow unseated at a slam, which I don't know when that would happen. But anyway. Didn't realize Carlos' serve was that good. He's getting way better with it. Love how Alcaraz can break early in a set and keep it. Yes. He's been solid clutch, and he shows up in finals. He says that finals are for not for playing, but for winning, which is, you know, that's, I mean, he's stuck to that. So 15-all. He just lost his first Grand Slam final. He has an amazing record in him, which is 5-1. Sinner already looking for his 5th Grand Slam final. Alcaraz looking for a 6th, which is hilarious how quickly they're piling up these slams. And once again, these two are playing their 3rd consecutive slam final. Backhand Sinner. That's very central. He needs to get that more of an angle. That is a great pass. Alcaraz there. Backhand. I think Sinner misses that. Bad miss from Sinner. Alcaraz, some great shots to stay in it. Sinner initially with the backhand wasn't able to really get the body rotation that he would have wanted. Sinner goes for way too much. The court is not that big. Sinner gets a run into the tram lines. Great half volley, by the way, again, from Carlos, just to make Sinner play. One more ball in, that's what it takes to win a tennis match. You try to get one more ball in than your opponent. That's what it takes. You never know what these guys will miss, even Sinner. Serve, Sinner. Backhand of Carlos, the backhand of Sinner. Forehand, Carlos, the forehand of Sinner. Yeah, forehand in the net. Sinner is not even close to his best. I mean, for his standards, he's playing poor. He needs to up his level. Obviously, he's like playing amazing, but he's playing poor for his standards. So 15-40, it's 2 break points for Alcaraz, and I really mean it. Sinner, for his standards, is playing a poor level of tennis at the moment. He needs to raise it up. Alcaraz looking to have a Nadal-like lead. When Nadal had a big lead over Federer in the head-to-head, it's starting to look like that. And Alcaraz versus Sinner, 10-5 would be no joke if Alcaraz can win this match. Let's see. Serve, Sinner. Forehand, Carlos, that's in the net. 30-40. Edberg watching on. I think that's Safin as well. It's definitely Martina Navratilova, who is one of the greatest tennis players of all time, without a shadow of a doubt. Forehand, Sinner, back and volley, misses it. Bad start from JANNIK Sinner. That was an easy volley. I mean, it wouldn't be easy at club level. At club level, that's a hard volley. But for JANNIK Sinner, that is an easy volley. Misses it right into the net. 5-2 for Carlos Alcaraz. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I picked Alcaraz. I picked him to win this tournament before the tournament started as well. And actually, I picked Alcaraz to win the U.S. Open before the year started. I picked Sinner to win Australia. I picked Sinner to win Wimbledon. I picked Alcaraz to win the U.S. Open. So I could get 3 out of 4 right, which is kind of, I would think, pretty rare. And I picked Casper Ruud to win the French. That was a big call for me, and it didn't happen at all. In fact, Casper Ruud has had an awful last 6 or 7 months. The only thing that kind of is a retribution of that is he did win Madrid. So he at least won something. He hadn't won a clay big tournament before, so at least he won Madrid and proved that he could do that. In fact, he had never won a tournament above 250 level, period, I think. And also he was injured at the French, so he was. So anyway, I could get 3 out of 4, which I think is kind of cool. But let's see. Sinner's still very much in this match, but Alcaraz is playing about 2 times as good as Sinner so far. I'd be proud of that. Picking 3 out of 4 would be pretty good. Like, even getting 1 right is sometimes pretty difficult. If you're going for the winner of a Grand Slam tournament before the year begins, like, that's pretty tough to see, and things keep changing throughout the year, so that'd be pretty cool. But honestly, like, what I imagined when I said my prediction was kind of come true in a lot of ways. So I'm kind of proud of that. What I foresaw maybe happening. Forehand from Carlos. I think that's a winner. 15 love for Alcaraz. Because what I thought about when I said that, well, Sinner was the favorite for Australia. I just felt like he had a very good chance at defending that because he won Australian Open the year before pretty one-sided for the most part. Not the final, but still. And I felt like in Australia, just nobody else was really at his level. Alcaraz hadn't really shown up in Australia the same way. I didn't really know who else was going to win. And then at Wimbledon, I just thought Sinner is very underrated on grass. Like, people are not privy to what Sinner is on grass. I think he's going to maybe beat Alcaraz in the Wimbledon final. That's exactly what he did. I thought that Sinner is going to win multiple Wimbledons, and he's going to finally start proving that this year. And Alcaraz is only going to start really raising his level in the big tournaments. That wasn't true because Alcaraz won the French, but he did start raising his level for the end of the year. I think he's worked on his team to do better in this part of the season, which he has done. And I think last year was a big outlier against Botic van de Zandschulp. I think Alcaraz would be determined to show that. And yeah, so let's see. Anyway, 3 out of the 4 could be right. 40 love for Alcaraz here. He's got 3 set points to win the first set 6-2. That's a one-sided scoreline, by the way. First serve from Alcaraz is out. Second serve. It's in the net. Alcaraz 6-2. Alcaraz yet to drop a set at the U.S. Open. He's won 19 consecutive sets. No man since 1952 has won this event without dropping a set. In other words, no man has won the U.S. Open in the Open era without dropping a set. No one. Alcaraz looking to be the first. And by the way, also, no man has defended the U.S. Open since Federer defended it 4 times in a row in 2008. 2005 through 2008. That's insane. And seems like both of those things could continue to be true. Alcaraz looking for that world number 1 for the first time in over 2 years. And Sinner, I think he's been number 1 for 64 consecutive weeks, so that could come to an end. That's been an amazing streak. And he is currently in the world number 1s. He is 8 weeks behind Stefan Edberg. He could still keep it, by the way. He could win this match. Let's see. But he's 8 weeks behind Stefan Edberg, who has the 11th most weeks at world number 1 since 1973 when the ATP rankings were installed. And also he is 16 weeks behind Leighton Hewitt, who has 80 weeks at world number 1. You imagine that Sinner and Alcaraz are both going to push Hewitt out of the top 10 and get into the top 10 for most weeks themselves. Also, Agassi probably will drop out of the top 10 as well because he's at number 9. But yeah. Interesting stuff. Great start for Carlos Alcaraz. But it's the only Grand Slam tournament that no man has won without dropping a set. So Alcaraz, that would be quite historic if he could do so. It's a good start for him to be able to do it. I don't think these two have played a final where it was straight sets. I don't think these two have played a straight sets final. In Umag, it was 3 sets. In Beijing, it was 3 sets. Epic match. Okay, no, I am incorrect. Rome was straight sets. I forgot about Rome. Also Cincinnati. So, okay. I just don't really think about Cincinnati as a match because it was not even a match. Basically, Alcaraz won just because Sinner got injured. But anyway, it wouldn't be their first, I guess. But still, it would be unusual. Definitely their first straight sets slam final. But let's see. That'd be quite a statement on a hard court as well for Carlos. And in a way, this is a big, I guess, match for the next 15, 20 years of tennis, potentially. Like, it really is, because if Alcaraz can win this match and go up 10-5 in the head-to-head and continue to be just an absolute beast and monster at Grand Slams and best of 5 and show he can also beat JANNIK, maybe even one-sided fashion on hard courts at the U.S. Open, where Sinner won very easily last year, that would be a major indication that Alcaraz might end up being the best player of this next era if he can stay healthy. Longevity is a big thing for both these guys, but let's see. Like, what do you guys think? If Alcaraz wins this match in one-sided fashion, do you guys think that's an indication that Alcaraz has a great chance of being the best player of this next era? And will you consider him, like, would you pick him to probably be the best player of this next era if he wins this match in one-sided fashion? Like, what do you guys think? Because I would think it's a somewhat of an indication of that, for sure. 30-15 for Sinner. You never know what the future holds, but it would be a good indication of it. Kind of outrageous. Alcaraz has won 81% of his matches so far in his career. That's really unusual. At the start of your career is usually when your win percentage is like pretty low, but 81% win rate in matches in his career. That number is probably only going to keep going up before he's like 38 or whatever years old. 30 all here on Sinner serve. That's a must-hold game for Sinner. Hey, how are you doing, Juice Lova? Good to see you. It's been a minute. Is the game far from over? I have Sinner to win. Yeah, it's far from over, but Alcaraz is definitely the favorite now to win the match, in my opinion, because he has had the much stronger start. But it's still anybody's game. I mean, we're still pretty early on here, all things considered. Forehand down the line, backhand from Alcaraz, a great shot. Forehand, Alcaraz defense to offense. Pretty short from Sinner. Some of these balls, forehand down the line, backhand. That's in the net. These are too short from Sinner. Like, Sinner's playing well, but it's not well at all for his standards. And Alcaraz is eating him up every minute. Because if you think about it, this tournament is like about as well as Alcaraz has ever played. And Sinner needs to match that, or else he's going to be toast. So if he's not playing at his best, then Alcaraz is going to eat him up for lunch and dinner and breakfast. 30-40, break point. Once again, this is part of the reason that I, for a couple of years, have believed that Alcaraz is going to be the best player of this next era. And part of that is his prowess in majors and best of five. It's better than anybody's so far. But let's see. It's very up in the air. No one knows what's going to happen. But that's why that's been my feeling. But both of these guys are aliens. And Sinner can still win this match. And let's see. Body serve from Sinner. Great shot. Advantage Sinner. Carlos playing an insane level that first set. 11 winners and 2 unforced errors. Sinner needs to figure out the forehand cross-court dynamic. He's getting eaten alive in that exchange at the moment. Yeah, no doubt about it. But also, I think part of the problem is that Alcaraz is playing such low, deep balls on defense that are also with incredible width of shot that are almost pulling Sinner like off the court when he's playing defense. And that's very tough for anybody to deal with. But Sinner needs to be able to stay in control, which is his bread and butter. And he needs to be able to keep opening up the court after that happens. And he's hitting the ball a little bit too short. And just honestly, to be honest, just that little bit too short is all it takes for Alcaraz right now. So to be honest, I think that's what it is. Like, he just needs to keep the depth of shot and stay in control when Alcaraz is playing this incredible defense. But definitely Alcaraz is playing absolutely unbelievable. Some of the best tennis anyone's ever played, probably Alcaraz in this tournament, large part of it. So Sinner needs to match that. And by the way, me saying Alcaraz could end up being the best player of this next era is not anti-Sinner at all. It's really just how amazing I think Alcaraz is. But nobody knows, right? one way or another. It could end up being Sinner. It could end up being Alcaraz. Longevity is what made the big three. So we're just going to have to be able to sit and watch and just enjoy every minute of it, really. 30 love for Sinner here. For Alcaraz here, I should say. Alcaraz getting through his serve way more easily than Sinner is. Let's make that clear. It's like the stats here on serve, by the way. Alcaraz, 68% first serves in, has lost just 2 points on first serve. I just lost 3 points on serve, period. That's all you need to know. And also, by the way, he's serving as fast as Sinner is. Just about. Love hold from Alcaraz. Great positive body language from start to finish, or not finish. We're not finished yet. Start to the present moment from Alcaraz. So far, he's been extremely positive. Alcaraz looking for his 20th consecutive set at a major. At this U.S. Open. Like I said, no man has ever won the U.S. Open without dropping a set. I'm sure Alcaraz would be happy winning this match in any fashion. That being said, backhand slice deep in the court. Backhand Alcaraz goes big down the line. Big shot. Volley. That's too good. Alcaraz is just inhuman with some of these shots. Left 15. This kid is mainline. He's outplaying Sinner on hard court. That is saying something. Completely. And Sinner's not making first serves. That's not going to help his cause. Backhand return deep in the court. Forehand Sinner. Inside out to the backhand of Alcaraz. Backhand Sinner. Cross court. Backhand of Alcaraz. Back to the backhand of Sinner. Forehand now. Alcaraz. Neither guy coming to net. Just trying to beat each other from the baseline. Injection of pace from Sinner. Backhands in the net. Good rally from Sinner. One of his best in the match so far. 15-all. That looked very much more Sinner-like from JANNIK. 15-all. Let's go. See what you can do. We want to see a match here. He doesn't want to have to come back from 2 sets to love down like Alcaraz did at the French. Let's make that clear. That would be amazing. Alcaraz on arguably his best surface so far in his career, coming back from 2 sets to love against Sinner, and then Sinner doing that against Alcaraz on his best surface. But he does not want to have to do that. Alcaraz has never lost a match from 2 sets to love up. I don't think he's going to want to do that today. So I don't think that's going to happen. 30-15. This feels like a must-win set for Sinner for obvious reasons. Backhand return. Great shot just to get back into play, but Sinner with a great +1. So this feels like Sinner's starting to play better, because that's what I was saying. Like, these returns are going deep, like either Alcaraz when he's returning a really good serve, or just in very defensive positions is making some that was, I mean, pretty simple +1. But in general, it feels like Sinner in these rallies is doing a little bit better to stay in control and inject the pace and keep the ball deep. Even when the ball is almost coming back at him with surprising amount of depth and pace. Oof. let from Sinner on the second serve. Second serve, Jannik. It's going to be out 2-1 for Sinner. All right, I'm going to be back for this 2-1 game. I'm going to head off for one moment. I'll be back. All right, here we go. 2-1. Love 15 for Sinner. See if Sinner can make a match out of this in the second set. Alcaraz's level so far has been pretty much unreal. Sinner trying to match him. Especially on serve. Barely lost points on serve in both sets. Second service game with this set. Forehand from Sinner. Forehand from Alcaraz. Ridiculous. Alcaraz there too. Volley by Alcaraz. This guy gets balls that nobody else does. Love 30. Alcaraz on their feet. That shot out of the forehand corner from Alcaraz was insane, but Sinner very good to stay in it. Better stuff from Sinner. I mean, Alcaraz just pushes everything out of you to have to play at your full intensity. Sinner just swats at it almost out of frustration. It felt like he's swatting out a fly. Get out of here. I think that's what Sinner was doing. He's like, okay, Alcaraz, you can get to that one, but it's too easy for me. I was discouraging Alcaraz to get to those balls. He's like, it's not going to matter. It's going to be out from Alcaraz. Love 40. 3 break points. See what Jannik can do to level up, or not level up, but to make a match out of this in the second set. Trying to break to love. Alcaraz with the second serve. Barely lost points on serve, but now great return game from Jannik. Forehand. Oh, what a shot from Jannik down the middle. Then a pass. Jannik Sinner picking up the level when he needs to the most. We got a match on our hands. Alcaraz with Sinner with the big forehand on defense at Carlos's feet. That approach was not good enough And JANNIK has that forehand all day. Decisive. And always a threat. JANNIK center 3-1. I saw somebody say this is already the best match on the men's side. They might not be wrong. They might not be wrong. It's not the best. If you count the women's side, it's not. Okay. Osaka Nisimova is going to take some work to beat. That was an unbelievable match. One of my personal favorites I've seen in a long time. But on the men's side, I mean, FA versus Sinner is clearly my favorite that I've seen. And this is already pretty close. Serve from Sinner. Love 15. Backhand. JANNIK down the line. Forehand of Carlos. That's in the net. 15 all. A lot of celebrities in the house watching this one. I mentioned Steph Curry. A lot of people from all over interested in this match. People unite over Sinner Alcaraz finals. That's what everybody is here for. It's like people. I've seen some people be like, "Oh, it's getting so boring," but it's like, okay, I get it. But Sinner Alcaraz is just different, dude. If we get a match between these two, it's always exciting. What a shot from Sinner. 30-15. And Alcaraz just walks to the other side. Both these guys know that the other guy is just like an alien. Like they can do things that we've basically never seen. So they're almost not surprised at anything that the other guy pulls off, which is really what brings this rivalry into the stratosphere in the sport. Ridiculous shot there from JANNIK. Backhand, Sinner. The backhand of Alcaraz. Backhand, Sinner. Cross court right on the baseline. Backhand again. Sinner. Great width of shot. Pulls Alcaraz off the court. Forehand. Sinner. The backhand of Alcaraz. Great level from Sinner. Now Sinner playing the rallies as well as Alcaraz did in the first set without a shadow of a doubt. 40-15. Alcaraz asks the question of Sinner, and Sinner responds. And Sinner looking to take the first set off Alcaraz in this tournament. The U.S. Open may continue to not have any player win this without dropping a set, which isn't that surprising because that's so hard to do, but a little surprising. It'd be more surprising if nobody's defended this tournament since 2008, which is what Alcaraz is going to try to keep that streak going. Sinner is going to try to obviously defend the tournament, even though he was asked by James Blake before the match started. He said he's not even thinking about it, that he's just hoping for a good match against the best player in the world, which Sinner called Alcaraz the best player in the world. 40-30, Sinner trying to get to 4-1. The world number one. With his back against the wall in some ways, but he responds. Serve, Sinner is out. Can be a second serve here from the Italian. Second serve, kicked, backhand, Alcaraz, the backhand of Sinner, goes to the forehand of Alcaraz, up high, to the backhand of Sinner. Forehand, Alcaraz, cross court. Forehand, Sinner, very attackable, backhand. Now forehand from Alcaraz, the forehand of Sinner. Backhand, Alcaraz, cross court's good shot. Forehand, Alcaraz. Sinner picked up his level. Alcaraz not playing bad by any stretch of the imagination, but Sinner doing what he needs to do as Alcaraz hits in the net, 4-1. Slightly, some balls Alcaraz said that were just slightly off. Not off, but just we're very close going in, but either slightly hit the net or slightly missed the line. Alcaraz still playing very good, but Sinner's raised his level. 1 minute past an hour here in this match. By the way, Sinner and Alcaraz, just some stats here that I find interesting. Sinner and Alcaraz will have won their 8th consecutive major tournament between the two of them. Djokovic won 2023 U.S. Open. Both of these guys winning every major in 2024 and 2025, no matter what happens today. The last 16 majors were won by either Sinner, Alcaraz, Rafa, and Djokovic. In fact, Sinner, Alcaraz, Rafa, and Djokovic have won 20 of the last 21 majors after this U.S. Open. The one exception being Medvedev at the U.S. Open. But Sinner, Alcaraz, Rafa, and Djokovic will have won the last 16 majors played. And it's kind of a niche stat, but one that I find slightly interesting. This ties, after today's match, it ties the longest streak of majors won by just 4 players, where each player wins at least 2+ majors. So it's not like Cilic is in this group of 4 players or something. But Sinner, Alcaraz, Rafa, and Djokovic, it ties the longest streak of majors won by just 4 players, where each player wins at least 2+ majors, with the Big Four, who won every single major tournament between 2010 and 2013. Sinner, Alcaraz, Rafa, and Djokovic have won the last 16 majors, and that ties the record. So basically, if Sinner or Alcaraz win the Australian Open, that will break the record for 4 players basically dominating the slams consecutively, winning the last 16, and they're going for 17 in a row if Sinner or Alcaraz wins the next 2. But basically, there's been no outlier winners outside of the Big Four and Sinner and Alcaraz, or the Big 3 and Sinner and Alcaraz, since Medvedev won the U.S. Open. It's been all like pretty standard, predictable stuff. So I find that interesting as well. Just a stat that I found interesting. Ivan Lendl watching on. A lot of tennis greats watching the match because it is historic no matter what happens. Like I said, this is the first decider Grand Slam final where both players won a Grand Slam final against the other one earlier in the year, and then they play a third one. That's never happened. So this is the first time this has ever happened in history, and it's exciting. It's also a battle for world number 1. It's just so many great storylines. Yeah, they're showing on TV. Alcaraz won all 19 sets this tournament. Forehand, cross court. Forehand, Alcaraz, Sinner, backhand. Ooh, great stuff from Sinner. He's picked up his level. It's a volley Alcaraz should have made all day, but Sinner doing the Alcaraz thing and making Alcaraz hit one more shot with great depth off the defense. This set now has basically been a reversal of the first set in some ways. With Sinner playing some great depth on the defense with an open stance backhand sliding pass, or at least sliding shot, which is, to me, one of his standard sort of shots, JANNIK. There are really 3 shots that I consider a signature JANNIK Sinner shot. A forehand on the run, flat, big shot, often for a winner cross court, but it can be down the line or whatever else. That's definitely one of them. Forehand drop volley. Yeah, Alcaraz has that all day. Creative with it, but he knows he can make it. 30-15 Alcaraz, I see, with the drop volley winner. Yeah, another signature shot I think Sinner has is whenever somebody hits a lob over Sinner, Sinner loves hitting the backhand for a pass running backwards. For whatever reason, he's so good at that shot, especially cross court. I don't know why, but he loves hitting that shot. I've seen him hit that so many times. And then also the very Djokovic-esque backhand open stance sliding shot, which he loves to hit as well. So obviously Alcaraz has the more signature shot making, but Sinner has a few himself too that I've seen him hit dozens of times already. And Sinner is the youngest, still very young, just like Alcaraz, the youngest player to make all 4 slam finals in a season. No matter what happens, he's made all 4 slam finals and has won 2 slams. He's won no titles outside the 2 slams, but it's an amazing season for him no matter what happens. And if he can win 3 slams on 2 different surfaces, I guess obviously on 2 different surfaces, but if he can win 3 slams and get to the final of the other slam and have 3 championship points in the other slam on his worst surface, like that is an incredible season. And that's what JANNIK is going for today. It's 4-2. Alcaraz is the only man that can stop that from happening, obviously. Serve center. Out wide, forehand JANNIK. Down the line, backhand Carlos. Big through the court, love 15. Alcaraz is going to make some big pushes here on the return of serve if he can manage to do so. I don't think Alcaraz is thinking at all about his stat of not dropping a set all tournament. I think it's more so if Alcaraz can come back and find a way to win the set. 2 sets to love is very different from a set apiece. Alcaraz will try his absolute best to win this set and stay in control and stay with his momentum. Especially now that Sinner's raised his level. It would be an absolute heartbreak, and that's what Alcaraz is going for. To drop the set for Sinner. Backhand, Alcaraz to the backhand of Sinner, cross court, forehand, Alcaraz. Inside out to the backhand of Sinner, forehand, Alcaraz. Very deep in the court, great depth. But he's going for too much depth as he pushes that one long, 15-all. That's what he needs to do, though. Sinner is making him do 15-all. Alcaraz's first show of negative body language in this match, which is impressive in a way. This is the first time you see negative body language from Carlos to his team. Let me know in the chat, by the way, do you guys think that one of these guys is going to break the record for most U.S. Opens won? Pretty sure the record now is a tie between Connors and Federer in the Open era. In the not the Open era, but all time, it's Bill Tilden, who has like 9, I think. But in the Open era, do you think somebody will break the record for most U.S. Open? If Sinner or Alcaraz will break the record for most U.S. Open titles, if one of them will win 6, let me know. And if so, let me know maybe which one, who you think will break it. It's 15-30. Sinner misses that shot. I personally think there's a good chance that one of them will break that record, because 6 is not. I mean, if you look at Rafa, who wins 14 Roland Garroses, which is not a real stat, or Djokovic wins 11 Australians, 6 U.S. Open seems more doable. But not if it's impossible to defend this tournament, which it seems like it has been for the last 20 years. Some curse on the tournament. Forehand big, inside out, backhand. Carlos, huge point here. Forehand, cross court, great shot from Sinner. That is one of those individual shots that wins you a slam, because that was ridiculous. It's not going to be on any hot shot reels, but that was one of the most impressive shots of the match so far. Alcaraz, Sinner in a tough, but starting to be in a very tough position, and somehow manages a huge forehand deep in the court, 30-all. That doesn't even get a replay. I never understand the points that they show a replay to, or which they don't. Actually, I do. They never show a replay if the last shot in the rally is either an unforced error or a forced error. It has to be a very, very, very good shot for them to show that, which I think is so stupid. If the point is amazing, it doesn't matter what the last shot is. Like, just show the freaking point. It doesn't have to always end on a flashy winner. That was a great, great shot from Sinner. Like, his defense to offense when he started getting to a very precarious position was as good as any hot shot. Almost. That's in the net from Alcaraz, 40-30. But I think that's so stupid to not show a replay there, because that was an important shot at 15-30. 40-30, game point for JANNIK. Absolutely crucial. Hold of serve. Sinner looking for a first serve. Doesn't get it. Second serve. Still not making as many first serves as he's want, but he certainly bumped his level up. Forehand Carlos. Forehand of Sinner. That's another great shot. Cross court. That's in the net from Carlos. Sinner has picked it up. And can he hold on to this level and maintain this level and intensity? 5-2. They've also kind of reversed who's shown positive body language as well, which is also important. A couple great forehand cross-court shots from JANNIK there. Year-to-date win-loss. Don't know if this is before the U.S. Open or if this counts the U.S. Open matches, but 31-4 for Sinner and 54-6 for Carlos, according to the ATP website. But actually, I think it's I think it's before the U.S. Open. So at the moment, 60-6 for Alcaraz, which is an incredible record, and for Sinner. For Sinner, his record is 37-4, which is also an incredible record. Also, obviously, misleading for Sinner, who missed a lot of titles on his favorite surface. So on his least favorite surface, clay, because he didn't play Madrid, Monte Carlo, tournaments where you probably wouldn't give him as high of a chance as the U.S. Open or the ATP Finals or something like that. But dominant records on the year for both of them. Sinner trying to make this the best 2 out of 3. It's left 15. I am very down to see another thriller between these two, so I am not mad at it if we see another 5-set match. That's what we're hoping for. So return into the net from Sinner, 15-all. It's an ace from Carlos, 30-15. Great serve out wide, just cashes the line. Another big serve from Carlos out wide, 40-15. Alcaraz certainly serving at a high level of serving. (40-30) here for Carlos. Sinner smashes a returner serve cross court. One thing I will say that I don't like that I've seen is that whenever they've shown replays of, I'll say after this point, big serve from Carlos, he holds 5-3. Whenever they've shown Roland Garros, the final, they haven't been able to show the highlights of the final, which I think is such a shame. They've only been able to show photos and stuff when they show replays of Wimbledon. And I guess I don't know for a fact because I haven't read up on it anywhere, but I'm almost positive that this has to do with the copyright restrictions that the Roland Garros tournament, the organizations that put up the Roland Garros tournament and the broadcasting have on showing their highlights and their matches, which has the same thing going on YouTube as well, where it's much harder to access Roland Garros coverage and highlights. But it's such a shame. We really need to give more access to tennis highlights and matches and democratize the whole thing, where it's not as I don't know, it's not as hard to access tennis highlights and matches where everybody can watch like almost every match. Like it would be great. That would be so good for the sport. For it to be easier to know where to watch tennis, where to find it. And also just a shame that one of the greatest tennis matches of all time and the greatest match of the year, you're not able to see the highlights on TV to really hype this matchup. I mean, what is that not what, the Roland Garros tournament wants, is to have the US Open succeed and for the sport to succeed in the best way possible anyway. Like that, I would think is the point of the final at the French Open too. Like if there's a great US Open final, you would like to hype up the Roland Garros final by showing highlights of the US Open. So it would be that I think is a shame. I wish that wasn't the case. And I mentioned that not because of this specific thing, which is pretty trivial in some ways, but also because it's just true in a lot of ways. Like either it's hard to know which channel to watch tennis, or it's behind a block where you need to pay a certain amount of money, or it would be nice to kind of democratize it a little bit where there's easier access to this kind of stuff. That would be very helpful for the sport altogether and also for the marketing of the sport. Backhand of Carlos, backhand of Sinner, backhand slice Carlos. The forehand of Sinner up high, backhand of Carlos, lob, forehand of Sinner. Backhand to forehand rally here. Sinner enjoying being on that ad side with the forehand. Forehand drop shot. Sinner comes in, hits over at forehand for a lob. Backhand swinging drive volley put away from Sinner. Absolutely electric when it matters the most. This is very nearly becoming the match of the tournament on the men's side already. I am this close from proclaiming it as that. It's only fighting with the Sinner FAA. I think it's just about eclipsed it. Just about. It maybe already has. It's just about eclipsing that one. I don't know if it says more about the tournament or more about this match, but it is a good match anyway so far. Great match. Serve. Sinner down the tee, too good. Carlos Alcaraz possibly about to lose his first set of this U.S. Open. 19 sets is impressive no matter what. 19 consecutive to start off the U.S. Open. That's a statement, especially the way he went out at this tournament last year in the second round, third round? Second round, I think. Serve. JANNIK is out. Second serve. Backhand to the forehand of Sinner. Forehand Alcaraz. Goes big. Forehand slice. Sinner. Drive volley. Alcaraz. I think he misses that. It's a bad miss from Carlos. Easy volley. Misses it out. One set apiece. We are at least seeing a 4-set battle at the U.S. Open. And was it really going to ever be anything else? Jannik Sinner raises his level very clearly midway through that set. Or not even midway. Pretty much early in that set, really. As soon as he got that break for 3-1. He played a fantastic game at 2-1 to break. 6-3. We're going to a third set. Level of the match definitely about as high as it's been now that Sinner's picked up his level. And let's look at the stats from set 1 to set 2. Set 1, Alcaraz completely out-serving Sinner as he would just about any opponent he'd be playing. Sinner hitting way more unforced errors and less winners than Carlos. Carlos just playing at a higher level. But if we go to set number 2, both guys not really making enough first serves in. And that's a problem for Alcaraz because he loses just one, continues to lose almost no points on first serve, but he is 3 for 9 on second serve. Sinner being one of the best second serve returners I think that's ever played the game. I don't think actually he just is one of the greatest second serve returners that ever has played the game. I'm fine saying that objectively. And then, yeah, Sinner gets one break point. That's all he needs. Alcaraz unable to convert on the one break point that he gets. And Sinner now, the winners to unforced errors is reversed, and that is very much to do with the level that Sinner started to bring. Also, Sinner 4 for 4 at the net. That's great. Obviously not coming to net that much, but when he does, finding a way to win the point. A lot of that is to do with the shots that he sets up before that, no doubt. Third set. Not particularly long couple first two sets, to be honest. Just an hour and 24 minutes. I think at both Roland Garros and Wimbledon, they were a bit longer than that. Serve Alcaraz, the backhand of Sinner. Backhand Alcaraz. Up high, that's going to go out, 15-0. Serve Carlos, backhand of Sinner, backhand slice Carlos. Forehand of Sinner, inside in, forehand slice Carlos, that's in the net. It's possible Alcaraz's level has lowered just ever so slightly from the unreal high that he was on. 30-all. He was making unbelievable shots to start off this match. The first set was about as unplayable of a level as you'll see all year. Not far from it. Alcaraz very clearly needs to start making more first serves in. He's winning way more points on first serve than he is on second now. Backhand, Sinner, forehand of Carlos. Big shot down the line, makes it 40-30. I think that was a second serve he hit, no? That was a gutsy play for a second serve if it was. It's a big second serve. I could be wrong, but I think it was a second. Big roar from Alcaraz after winning that point. Backhand, Sinner. Forehand slice shot. That's too good. It's almost like a fake drop shot. Forehand slice piercing through the court from Carlos. Backhand goes out from JANNIK. Look at the first serve percentage of the match so far. 59% first serves in for Alcaraz, 53% for Sinner. That's a number that both players are going to want to raise. I would say especially Sinner, but it's Alcaraz's first serve percentage that, if you just look at the second set, has recently gone down even more. So both players will need to raise that number up. That is a key stat for both in this match. It always is in this rivalry. Always, always. No matter the surface, no matter the place, no matter what time. Because both guys are elite returners of serve. Big shot from Carlos, forehand cross court. Sinner's there. Backhand, that's in the net. Ridiculous. Love 30. Alcaraz with a push to start off this third set. It just feels, to me, like Sinner needs to try so hard to maintain the level of intensity that Alcaraz forces out of him. Because possibly Alcaraz in general forces Sinner more out of his comfort zone than Sinner pushes Alcaraz out of his comfort zone. Maybe. Sinner also does that to Carlos, where he pushes him out of his quote-unquote comfort zone. But you could argue Alcaraz does it more to Sinner than Sinner does to Alcaraz. And it takes so much intensity when Alcaraz is playing at this level to keep up with him. And I know it's hardcore, but Alcaraz is good everywhere. Trust me. He is good everywhere. 15-30. Serve. Sinner. It's in the net. Second serve. Forehand. Sinner. Inside in. Almost a ridiculous get from Carlos, but that's in the net. 30-all. I will say this. Alcaraz loves these kind of moments, these big matches and these big crowds. He doesn't shy away from it. I think it's when he brings out his best tennis, which is, I've always said this, I think it's what makes him stand out the most. There's a lot of things that makes Alcaraz stand out as a player. I think that makes him stand out more than anything. And what will be his legacy above anything is that in the big moments, he steps up and goes for big risks as well, which is an unusual trait that can be terrible for him or it can be great for him. But so far, it's been great for him, seeing that he's won over 80% of his matches in his career so far and has 5 slams. Backhand down the line, forehand, Sinner. Forehand of Carlos, cross court. Forehand of Sinner. It's going to be out. Back to deuce. Back to a deuce game. And back to more trouble for Sinner as Sinner's service games continue to be a little bit more exciting than Alcaraz's service games from Sinner's perspective, the wrong reasons. It's actually 30-40. I had the score wrong. Not deuce yet. It's 30-40. It's a break point for Carlos. Even more importantly, great get off the serve, forehand. That's going to be out from Sinner. Sinner misses an easy shot. 2-0 for Alcaraz. Wow. Crazy. That was a great serve, which we have Steph Curry in the crowd, so I'm going to use basketball terms. Basically, that set up a layup for Sinner that he somehow missed. They somehow missed. Most of the shots that he's had to end this match have been difficult three-pointers for anybody other than Steph Curry. But that was a layup, which he missed. He didn't even hit the rim. 2-0 for Alcaraz with the break in the third set. Serve. Backhand of Sinner. Backhand cross court. Great shot from Sinner on defense. Drop shot. Sinner smart down the line. Very aware of where Alcaraz is in the court. Left 15. I like seeing Sinner Alcaraz try the drop shot. It definitely wasn't the right time to hit the drop shot. As to be honest, but he's planting seeds in Sinner's mind. I think that's what he's trying to do. I think both these guys in some ways are probably on autopilot. They're playing their games. It's not all going to work. That's okay. Forehand cross court. Forehand of Alcaraz goes big. Does he make it or miss it? It's close. Misses that one. Cross court, love 30. This would be a big break back for Sinner, but also if Alcaraz can hold here, this is a big game. Honestly, Alcaraz needs to lock in here, not let go here. Continues to not make enough first serves. It's a number that keeps going down in this match, which is not a good sign. That first serve percentage for Carlos. Forehand inside out. Sinner with a great a lob. That's going to be in. Smash. Carlos. What was that? That was unreal. Alcaraz with one of the greatest overheads from the back of the court you'll literally ever see. That was unbelievable. That was probably the best one I've ever seen. I don't know what he just did. He just hit a slice overhead. That was an amazing get from Sinner, Alcaraz-esque. And Sinner hits like an unreal slice from the back of the court on an overhead. That was awesome. He hit that was like, I don't even know what that was. That was like a squash shot. That was like a squash shot overhead. That was ridiculous. That was like a badminton shot. That was crazy. Alcaraz at 40-30 now. Sorry, Alcaraz at 30 all now at this point. That's what Federer used to do. He would be the only person that would be able to make simplistic shots that are pretty standard, and hit really incredible, I guess, versions of those shots. Like, I've never seen an overhead from the back of the court that could end up being the shot of the match, but that was insane the way Alcaraz just hit that shot. The way Alcaraz just hit it is like ridiculous slice and pace, and it was impossible to return. 40-30 Alcaraz. Sinner, great return to serve, deep in the court, forehand. Sinner to the backhand of Alcaraz, down the middle, forehand. Sinner, inside out, forehand again. Sinner going inside out, attacking that backhand, drop shot now. Sinner, it's very good. Slice, deep, forehand. Pass, no! Alcaraz has the volley, 3-0, Carlos Alcaraz. He wants to hear it from the crowd. And that was the first time I really felt a flashback of the U.S. Open match. Those were the kind of rallies with every shot in the book that those guys were playing back then, and then Alcaraz asking for the crowd support. That was right out of the quarterfinal here 3 years ago. That was a special match. This is already the best men's match of the tournament. No doubt. There's no doubt. This is already the best men's match of the tournament. 3-0 Alcaraz. What a big hold of serve there. And that was an important smash from the back of the court from Carlos earlier on, because that could have gotten dangerous if he didn't hit that, which was ridiculous. Sinner serve has been broken 3 times already in the match, and that was a stat where he had only lost a serve 4 times coming into this final, by the way. Love 15 here for a hand from Sinner. That's going to go way out. This could be a blowout set, honestly. I'm starting to feel like this might be a 6-1 set or something. Love 30 for Alcaraz. That was the feeling I got, is that Sinner had to bring such an intensity to raise his level to the ridiculous level Alcaraz has brought in this match in the second set. And he was able to do so, and I could see him doing it again, but it's going to take a lot out of him for an extended period of time. And that's why it's so hard playing Carlos in best of 5, especially in a slam final. Alcaraz made that. That is ridiculous. Love 40. It's Alcaraz just cracking winners here and there and everywhere. Forehand winner, 90 miles an hour. And Sinner hitting too short. And yeah, in fact, he is losing the forehand dynamic in a lot of ways. You're not wrong. Like, Sinner just hitting too short a lot of the time. And Alcaraz is about to bagel Sinner. I don't think they've ever had a bagel in their head-to-head so far. Could be the first. 15-40. I can't imagine that they've had a bagel in their rivalry thus far. Well, okay. The last match they played, Cincinnati. If you want to count 5-0 as a bagel, go ahead. I'm not really going to particularly count that. To me, this would be the first bagel. Because Sinner is obviously have to retire, injured. So it'd be the first 6-0 set. Let's put it that way. Backhand Carlos. Slice deep in the core. That's going to be out from Sinner. 4-0. This is a mess of a set from JANNIK, but it's mostly because Alcaraz is playing just incredible. Alcaraz looking for a second U.S. Open trophy. Absolute blowout. I mean, Alcaraz has once again picked up his level to such a degree, and his defense is incredible. He's just depth off of every shot, and he's able to turn the points around, forehand, put Sinner in such uncomfortable positions for him. And he does have more weapons in general than Sinner. He even has this crazy overhead from the back of the court, which he hits for an impossible slice or a fake drop shot or whatever else. It's like ridiculous to play against. Forehand down the line, backhand slice of Alcaraz. Forehand inside out to the backhand of Alcaraz. Backhand cross court. That's going to be in the net from Carlos. Left 15. $15 here. 4-0 Alcaraz. Alcaraz hits a service winner, 30-15, serving as well as he's ever served. Alcaraz now. $40-15 as Alcaraz keeps cracking forehand winners that are just here, there, and everywhere. That is 85 miles an hour Sinner just can't keep up. I think this is going to be 6-0. Third set. 11 winners for Carlos in this set. That might just be off the forehand there, that stat. I wouldn't even be surprised if it is. Backhand, down the line, forehand of Sinner. That's going to be out 5-0. This is a blowout set. This is insane. In the second set, Alcaraz was like, somebody needs to call an ambulance. Like the old man. Somebody needs to call an ambulance, but not for me. And then, like, this is insane. It looked like Alcaraz was going to be in trouble, and then he just started just absolutely crushing the ball. He is playing unbelievable. I was saying in the first set, that's about as well as anybody has ever played, maybe, or at least this year. And then he's doing even better this set. Where can I watch for free? Well, if you have cable, ABC is showing it. So I think that's the best place to watch it. Well, this is the second straight Sinner Alcaraz match where Alcaraz has led Sinner 5-0 on a hard court. Just to put that out there. Sinner to serve. Trying to avoid a bagel. In fact, when's the last time Sinner has lost a bagel? That would also be interesting. I'm going to look that up. Tennis Abstract, thank you very much. Going to check Tennis Abstract for that. Last time JANNIK Sinner lost a 6-0 set was 2021. He lost to Daniil Medvedev 6-0. That's crazy that he hasn't lost one since then. Alcaraz trying to do that. It's 15-all. Alcaraz 3 points away from doing so. I didn't realize it would be that long. Like, wow. Okay. This is like Federer losing 6-0 to Rafa at Roland Garros. But Federer on clay against Rafa on clay is a little bit different than this. Just showing how good Alcaraz is playing. It's ridiculous right now. Yeah, that's the last time Sinner lost 6-0 set. Actually, Sinner in his career, including futures and challengers, has a 4-6 record in matches where he loses 6-0, which is kind of hilarious. He's won four matches where he's lost a set 6-0, and that's two in ATP level as well against good players, Karatsev and Gilles Simon. That's kind of funny. Well, Alcaraz, Sinner trying to avoid it, serving here at 30-15. See if Alcaraz can do that. It is now 40-15 as Alcaraz slaps a return. Definitely not. If he wouldn't have played the point that way if it was match point down, but that's just the nature of this sport, to be honest. 40-15. Backhand. That's going to be out 6-1. Or not 6-1, actually. I'm getting ahead of myself. 5-1. 5-1 now. Alcaraz is about to serve for the set. Not quite 6-1 yet. We didn't see a single big final between these two until Rome this year, which was mind-blowingly, like a mind-blowingly long time that we hadn't not seen a final, them play a big final. It felt like we could have seen a big final between them anytime in 2022 and it would have made sense. But it's midway through 2025 that we finally get a big final between the two, which is mind-blowing. And then ever since that Rome final, we have not stopped seeing, without any exceptions, big finals between these two. Every single tournament since Sinner's come off his suspension, starting from Rome, they have played in the final of every single big tournament that they both have played. It's insane. It's never unprecedented, actually. 30 love. Carlos 2 points away from winning this set. Alcaraz wins a set. It's either going to be 5 sets or Alcaraz wins his second U.S. Open title. He's won 2 Roland Garros titles. He's won 2 Wimbledons. He's looking for 2 U.S. Opens. That would be multiple titles, slam titles on every surface. And he would be the youngest player to win multiple on every surface. He was already the youngest to win 1 title on every surface. I know for a fact he would be, just because he was the youngest to make multiple finals on every surface. So Carlos Alcaraz is just tennis history and tennis records personified at this point. Actually, that's Djokovic, but Alcaraz is records for what young players do in tennis personified. He has every single, like, youngest to do this, youngest to do that. It's him and Prime Rafa really have, like, are probably the 2 greatest young players we've ever seen in the sport. There's a lot also before this century who were just amazing young players, but you could argue, like, the 2 highest level, most complete players, you would be hard pressed not to choose young Carlos and young Rafa if you're asking me. 40-15, 6-1 is still kind of insane. Wouldn't be his first 6-1 set against Sinner even this year. 6-1 set against Sinner in Rome. But let's see. Sinner's won a lot of 6-1 sets against Carlos, like a lot of them, actually, looking at their head-to-head. This would only be the second Carlos has won. And Carlos does it. He wins the 3rd set, 2-1 for the Spaniard. Let's go. 6-1. What a ridiculous level from Carlos Alcaraz. Trying to go 10-5 in that head. Crazy. All right, I'm going to take another break. I'll be back for the 4th set. I'll be right back. All right, back for the clock here. 0-0, fourth set. Love 15, Alcaraz. Alcaraz in cruise control starting from that third set. It was really only the second set where Sinner's felt well really in this match. Like otherwise, it's been Alcaraz in control. See if Sinner can get the control back here. Alcaraz playing at a ridiculous level. Forehand. That one goes out, but he's been hitting big forehand winners. 15 all. One of the quickest finals to this point that we've seen between these two. Only been an hour and 50 plus minutes on court, and we're already in the fourth set. Pretty unusually quick. After what was like a 10 or 12 minute first game, but since then, there's not been a whole lot of long games or sets. There's been no long sets. There's been no close sets, really. The second set was pretty much a runaway from Sinner to a degree. It was the closest set of the match, and definitely the first and the third set were completely one-sided for Alcaraz, honestly. Obviously, especially the third set, where after the first three games, Alcaraz just ran away with it, and Alcaraz won all of the first three games. You expect Sinner's going to answer back, but let's see. Alcaraz forehand winner across court. I mean, this might be a four-set win for Alcaraz, and his forehand speeds are insane right now. It's another 85 miles per hour plus forehand. It's set up by a crazy return. Sinner did 360 trying to get back into the court, but Alcaraz just smashing the forehands. He's got a Thor hammer for a forehand. This would be huge for Alcaraz if he could start off the fourth set. Huge point coming up right here, right now. Sinner, serve. He just can't make first serves. That's really killing him. Second serve, forehand, Alcaraz, the forehand of Sinner. Forehand slice, Alcaraz, forehand of Sinner. Very good shot. Backhand. Forehand of Alcaraz, great depth from both. Backhand down the line. Alcaraz there with a ridiculous shot. Forehand slice. Backhand of Alcaraz, big cross court. Backhand cross from Sinner. That goes out. But Alcaraz is just perfect with every shot. He's impossible to play. It's unplayable. Sinner hits a winner, and Alcaraz is back in control on the very next shot. It's unbelievable what Alcaraz can do. I mean, Alcaraz is an absolute anomaly of a player. I mean, this guy is unplayable at times. And if you think about the fact that he's made 8 consecutive finals, he's looking for a 6th major, second of the year. Like this guy's insane. Forehand Alcaraz, it's gonna be out. Good rundown, but Sinner too strong with the forehand. Saves a break point. Good positive reaction from Sinner as well. But that's how good it needs to be. I mean, he is a serve. Sinner, Alcaraz way out of position. Sinner still feels like he needs to make it like an inch within the sideline. Oh, Alcaraz actually dropped a racket after getting that. He feels like he needs to make it an inch within the sideline, and he probably does against Alcaraz. Great serve from Sinner out wide. Very good. Advantage to JANNIK. It's your roars of millions of Italian fans. Lots of people yelling Forza around the world. Hour and 57 minutes. Sinner trying to make this fourth set way more of a contest than the third set, which went to 5-0 Alcaraz at one point. Ended up being 6-1. I'm pretty sure it was the same thing in Rome. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Alcaraz led 5-0 in the second set of Rome before Sinner held just one game. Pretty sure that's right. Alcaraz with the gutsy drop shot. He really plays that shot more than anything during the big moments where usually players are so tight in their bodies and almost physically can't get themselves to go for the gutsy shots. But he just, with ease, just takes the risks and he pulls them off. It's one thing to take risks, but it's another to often win the points. And obviously in the big moments, you're not the only one who's nervous. So he takes control of those big points. He plays an aggressive style in the big points, risky style. It's really what you need to do. Put the pressure back on your opponent in the big points, what Alcaraz does so well. Take the pressure off yourself. Make it pressure for your opponent. It's a double fault from Sinner. It might be his first in the match. Can't remember him having a double fault. That's not a good moment to get your first double fault, if that is his first. A rare double fault. Anyway, it's advantage to Alcaraz. Hey, how you doing, Zeraphine? Good to see you. I didn't know you were streaming. Yeah, good to see you. Good to see you. I'm excited to be doing this one. Alcaraz playing incredible. Don't know if you've been watching. I'm assuming you have. Forehand inside. That's not a good approach. Might not be good enough. What a volley! Alcaraz gets there. What a shot! Sinner's there too. Oh, it's 2025, and we just saw a remake of the Federer Hewitt Indian Wells rally that happened about 20 years ago. It's considered one of the greatest rallies ever because that was pretty much the same. Much shorter point, but Alcaraz could have done more with that shot after the approach. Alcaraz with the most ridiculous flick getting that drop shot. Somehow I knew Alcaraz was going to get there because Alcaraz can get to anything. But the actual shot he hit with it was insane. And it's good Sinner was ready for it, but that was insane how low he managed to hit that. That was like, I don't even know what to call that shot. That was like a whip or something. So low over the net. Deuce, probably the best point in the match so far. Definitely the most exciting. Advantage to Sinner. If Alcaraz broke to start out the fourth set with that shot, that would have been, I think Alcaraz just needs to retire to give the rest of the tour a chance, and I mean it. That would have been like too much. Advantage to JANNIK here. Can't make a first serve. Second serve, Sinner. To hold to start off the fourth. Backhand. Big return. Nope. Misses the baseline. Big, or does it? No, Alcaraz made it on the baseline. Okay, I thought it was in, and then I saw Sinner's reaction, but I guess I misread it. Deuce. Big return for Carlos right on top of that shot. 3 sets in under 2 hours, I know. By far the quickest three consecutive sets that these two have played. It's not even close. I was saying the same thing earlier. Alcaraz has maintained a ridiculously high level. Sinner not at his best, but not playing bad either, but not at his best. That's a good backhand down the line. That's how good it has to be, like what I was just saying. Good serve to set it up as well. Gutsy from Sinner as well to go for the winner right there and then. He could have tried for a shot to set up that shot, but against Alcaraz, if you can take the risk to try to finish it right there, you might want to. He has confidence behind that shot, Sinner. Confidence in that shot, the backhand down the line. It's always been one of his better shots. Backhand cross court, the forehand of Alcaraz misses the baseline. Great game from both, honestly. Amazing from Alcaraz, amazing from Sinner. 1-0 for Sinner. Hopefully the fourth set continues to have that level from both because that was awesome. So if Sinner takes the fourth to give us a fifth, exactly. Exactly, 0. There were jokes at the start of this tournament that Alcaraz is going to be more aerodynamic with his haircut. Obviously, his hair is pretty much grown back by now, but that he's going to be more aerodynamic because he's lost, the hair and weight on his body. But he actually does seem faster. He's like Alcaraz at this U.S. Open is the quickest player that's ever played tennis. He is moving like Usain Bolt playing tennis. Backhand out. What a shot from Carlos. Yep. It's like against any other player, that's a good approach for Sinner, but against Alcaraz, it's like maybe not a good approach, if that makes sense. Like only against Alcaraz, that wouldn't be a good approach. And you kind of feel like Alcaraz is about to hit a winner, but fantastic shot from Carlos. Even if you expect it. Great shot. Highest level of the match from both players, I think, to start off this fourth set, if this keeps up this way. Forehand inside out. I think Sinner just misses that. 30 love for Carlos. In general, Alcaraz more comfortable in his service games than Sinner. Looking at the stats on serve, Alcaraz has lost 4 points on first serve. And on second serve, Sinner is just not doing well. So, Alcaraz is being way more comfortable on his serve than Sinner is. If you look at the serve points that they've played, Sinner has played 90 and Alcaraz has played 63. All of the long service games belong to Sinner. Alcaraz has had some pretty quick, easy holds. 90 to 63 is crazy. I thought it would be one-sided. I didn't realize it would be quite that one-sided. Pan to the trophy. The people on the TV pan over to the U.S. Open trophy that both players are fighting for, but obviously there's so much more at stake, including the world number one. This is a historic match no matter what happens, for obvious reasons, but above anything because this is the first time that two men play 3 slam finals in a season. Like it's never happened. And it could have been that, Sinner wins both of those finals or Alcaraz wins both those finals. But the fact that they both split those finals makes it even more exciting. A fantastic point from Alcaraz. I mean, Alcaraz is just takes your breath away. It's just that good. 40-15. Alcaraz serve out wide, and his serve is better than ever. Backhand slice is a drop shot. What a shot. Backhand slice deep, lob. Backhand down the line. Alcaraz needs to stop playing tennis because he is playing so well that Steph Curry's reaction. This guy is goated. This might be the highest level of tennis anyone's ever played. It's so good that it's scary. Like, it's so ridiculous how well Alcaraz is playing. It would be interesting to watch this version of Alcaraz take on prime big three. I'm not saying Alcaraz would definitely win. It would be interesting. I wish we could see that. But we got lucky that we got to see 2023 Wimbledon and other matches. Madrid, Djokovic, Alcaraz, 2023 Cincinnati. I'm not sure that's the highest level from the big three, though, from Djokovic. I don't tend to not think that it is, especially Wimbledon from Djokovic. But still, I think that we got lucky in a way. But that would have been nice for sure to see, if we could just see 2005 Federer take on 2025 Alcaraz or something. I wish that's possible, but it's not. But still, we've seen some great matches this century, and this could end up being another one of those. Definitely a historic match in the 21st century. Backhand Down the line, forehand of Alcaraz, forehand of Sinner. It's going to be out. 15-all. You're doing Lexi. We going 5. Let's go Alki. Let's see. If Alcaraz keeps playing as unbelievable as he is, then it's probably going to be 4 sets. But let's see. Let's see what Sinner has in him. Yeah, I guess I'm glad that Alcaraz is proving me right about how well I said. Like, I've always, even after last year, I kept backing him at the U.S. Open. People are like, he's not good on hard courts. He's never going to win the U.S. Open again. I'm like, that's crazy. I was so convinced that the last couple of years are a couple of outliers, especially last year. But Medvedev in 2023, I thought had to play some of the greatest tennis I've ever seen to beat Alcaraz. So, like, he played not like Medvedev. He played like freaking prime Rod Laver or something. Medvedev in that match was like freaking, he was unbelievable. Anyway, Alcaraz at the U.S. Open. I don't think the U.S. Open is going to be an outlier tournament. If anything, Australian Open might be. We'll see. Alcaraz trying to win his 6th major, and he'd amazingly have 2 at U.S. Open, Wimbledon, and Roland Garros, which that's crazy. What's wrong with Sinner? I mean, it might be the ab thing that was bothering him in the semis. He had an ab thing against Felix in the semifinals. He's certainly not been serving at his best. In the first set overall, he looked, maybe in the third set as well, he looked not really at his best level, particularly in the first set, in my opinion, even though Alcaraz completely blew him out of the water in the third set. I don't know. He might be a little bit hindered. Nobody is perfectly healthy in the final, but Sinner might be a little bit more than usual. But to me, it's more about what Alcaraz is doing. Because Alcaraz is playing insane, which is what I keep saying. And I believe it to be true. He's playing unbelievable. 2-1 for Sinner, though, as he holds. Don't forget to subscribe to Quality Shot Tennis, by the way, if you guys have not already. And don't forget to like the stream as well. Would be appreciated. Joining in Lexi, Zara Fine, next episode, Juice, Capone, MJ, Jerome, Joe. Everyone has joined in so far. Carlos in 4, hopefully. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Love for Carlos. 5 games away from U.S. Open title, but Sinner Alcaraz matches often come with some kind of a twist somewhere down there. I mean, this match has already had it's had like 2 twists. The first twist was Sinner breaking in the second set and playing the better level, the two in that set. And then the other twist was Alcaraz breaking early in the third set and then playing one of the greatest sets of tennis you'll see ever, at least this year. So we've had a couple of twists already, but we'll see if there's another one. 30-15 Alcaraz. Sinner seems off to me, not at his best. He definitely is not at his best. No doubt. I agree that he's slightly off. To me, you can only argue, is it more about Alcaraz playing well or Sinner playing poorly? To me, it's more about Alcaraz playing well, but I do agree Sinner's not at his best. And obviously, there's a causation thing there where Alcaraz being at his best can cause Sinner not to be at his best. Forehand, that's in the net. 40-15 for Alcaraz. This is as well as I've ever seen Carlos serve. Amazing serving performance. I mean, if you can call it this is about as complete as Alcaraz has ever played. But also solid. Like, he's not going for stupid shots. He's well within himself. That forehand, cross court. Oh, what a forehand cross court. What a shot from Alcaraz. That is... He made that? Or he missed it? Oh, he missed it. I thought he made that. That would have been one of the greatest points maybe I've seen in a while. I thought he made that. What a forehand cross court from Sinner. Okay, Alcaraz just missed it. If Alcaraz made that, that would have been truly one of the best rallies I've seen all year, if not the best. But Alcaraz just misses that. Great shot from Sinner with the forehand cross court. Those were both fantastic forehand cross court bombs that they dropped on each other there. Sinner winning the point. Backhand return from Sinner. That's going to go out. Good serving from Carlos. Clutch. 2-2. Could have gone dangerous. Obviously not the best match that these two have played, partially because Sinner has not been at Carlos's level. Partially, like I said, due to Alcaraz playing really well. Also, partially, Sinner's not at his best. It's been a fairly up and down match. To me, it feels like Sinner really had to absolutely force this extreme level of play and intensity out of himself to compete with Carlos in that second set. See if he can do it again. Serve out wide. It's a good serve. 15-love. But I never count either of these guys out. I mean, Sinner or Alcaraz. Yeah, that's what's kind of fun about this rivalry is that both guys you can never count out in my book. Backhand, what a return from Carlos. Forehand, cross court forehand down the line. Sinner comes in, backhand pass. Sinner's there with the volley. Forehand, backhand volley. Sinner makes it or misses it. I think he misses it. That's a volley Sinner should have made. Incredible rally, though. Yeah, arguably the rally of the match. That was amazing. To me, the level in the fourth set is the best level between both players so far in the match, which is great. What you want to see. That shouldn't have been an approach from Sinner. Sinner shouldn't have approached the net there. Just enough width of shot there from Carlos on the pickup off the drop shot at the net. Drop volley at the net. That's what really won him the point there, 15-all. That shouldn't have been approached, though. Sinner needs to that's what I feel like, if anything is a weakness in his game, the transition game is something I've always felt like Sinner can be better at. Just his maybe natural inclination on when to come to net is just not really that smooth, partially because maybe he's not as confident in his net game, even though he's more confident now in the last couple of years, especially, but or this year too. But I think his transition game is something that still needs work in general. Especially against Carlos. Carlos has one of the better passing shots. So you just need a pick when you're coming to net. Short balls from Sinner. That's going to be out too. 30-all. So a couple things from Sinner. Just keeping the ball short, not making enough first serves, not doing that well to defend second serve, although partially that has to do with Alcaraz's returning. I think that's a double fault from Sinner, so it's going to bring up another break point for Alcaraz. This is a crucial moment, 30-40. Some would call this a baby match point. I don't think of it like that, but I definitely think that this would be an incredibly precarious situation for Sinner if he loses this point. And probably match over, but not necessarily, but probably. Sinner must win point. Misses the first serve just wide down the tee. Sinner serve out wide backhand. Carlos forehand. Carlos forehand from Sinner. He misses it. It's Alcaraz with the break, 3-2. No huge celebration from Alcaraz because he knows there's more work to be done, but Alcaraz up a break in the fourth, and it feels like this could be a 4-set win for Carlos. And is Sinner going to be called the hardcourt king? I think a big part of it is also best of 5, to be fair, although Alcaraz would have won this in best of 3. But I think, I don't know. It's just Alcaraz, a ridiculous. He would be 6-1 in Grand Slam finals, which is nuts. 6-1. Just truly like something else. Although Federer at one point was 10-1, which is insane. Federer at one point was 10-1. But anyway, Roger Federer is his own. He's his own kind of insane greatness. But Carlos 6-1 is nuts, including against prime Sinner, not prime, but against Novak Djokovic twice. Like, that would be truly crazy. Start off his career 6-1. Definitely not the best Sinner Alcaraz final. Don't think it's Sinner's best. And Alcaraz hasn't really allowed Sinner to be at his best. He's playing insane. But that was a couple weak points there from Sinner at the end of that game, no doubt. Alcaraz making a lot of first serves. Backhand cross court to the backhand of Sinner forehand. That's going to be wide. 15-all. Sinner raising his level in this game. This would be a huge break-back moment. Hitting some big shots. Staying positive body language. I mean, if Sinner could either choose to be in Alcaraz's shoes in the French Open final or be where he is now against Alcaraz here, he would definitely choose himself right now, right here. I don't think Sinner is really quite well. Sinner's come back from 2 sets to love down in a Grand Slam final before, so there is that. Although Medvedev had played like 24 hours throughout his entire Australian Open event 2 years ago, and he had a lot of time spent on court, so he was physically tired. But still, a great comeback from Sinner. So he's come back before in big moments. Easy as it comes for Alcaraz with that forehand, set up by the serve. 40-30 for him. He's getting within walking distance of the finish line. Alcaraz could be at 6 majors. I mean, I know this doesn't sound like a lot, but to me it does somehow. He'd be a quarter of the way through Djokovic's entire major catalog, which I guess you could say is like not a lot, but also it could be ridiculous. However you think about that, that's kind of crazy. It's crazy anyway. But anyway, there's the fact that he'd be at 6 is so crazy already. He is basically doing a speed run at 22 years old. We got to remember he's younger than Sinner by almost 2 years, but it's like 2 or 3 months shy of 2 years younger than Sinner. Backhand return is going to be out. 15-love for Sinner. Alcaraz 2 games away from the win. Once again, don't forget to subscribe to Quality Shot Tennis for more live streams like this one if you are enjoying it. It's 15-love for JANNIK here. Serve. Makes first serve. Forehand inside out. Backhand down the line. Forehand have a great pass from Sinner. That's how good it needs to be. Sinner arguably taking a little bit off the serve or making a little higher percentage, which is Alcaraz a little bit more room to really attack in the rally. I feel like Alcaraz's approach also could have been a little bit better. That's something I feel like all of the big three were exceptionally good at is their transition game and approaching the net and not putting themselves in. They often would be able to make shots out of precarious positions, but they wouldn't really put themselves in precarious positions. And Alcaraz sometimes, particularly Sinner, but sometimes I see them come to net where I definitely prime big three would not come to net. In those moments, they'd be able to confidently build out the points a little bit more and then come to net a little bit later, I think. But still, those are just room for improvement, especially for Sinner. That I feel Alcaraz could have approached the net in a different moment. But it also speaks to how good Sinner and Alcaraz are, even from defensive positions as well. Where even if you come to net on a pretty good shot, that might not be good enough. Forehand, that's a big shot from Alcaraz down 40-love, 40-15. He's absolutely cracking the forehand. It's about as fast as he's hit this forehand. Alcaraz. So good. Takes on a different grip and just absolutely smacks it. It's a little bit easier to do that down 40-love. Second serve here from Sinner. Backhand Carlos going to be out 4-3. Sinner still in the match, but just hanging on. Alcaraz 2 holds away from a huge victory, a historic victory in a lot of ways. And he'd be back to world number 1. I do wonder if that's on his mind. I kind of have the feeling it's not, but might be in the back of his mind somewhere. Thanks to James Blake reminding him before the match started, which I think is hilarious. I will say center definitely slightly off his game, but it's hard to play against this version of Alcaraz. Last time, we're just going to look at some of the stats here. 9 aces to 2 for Alcaraz. That's huge. 0 double faults. Slashes 7 points on first serve. Center still, honestly, very weak, winning less than half of his second serve points on his second serve. And yeah, I mean, this is amazing. 37 winners, 21 unforced errors. I don't know if that's exactly accurate to how I would, if I was to make the stat, if I would say that's accurate, but it's Alcaraz is playing incredible. It might just be accurate. I mean, this is about as high of a level as I've seen somebody play. It's not, maybe not the highest, but it might be. So it's certainly a memorable, great level from Alcaraz. Drive volley, 30 left, just in full control. Has so many shots. Six points away, Carlos Alcaraz. Definitely not as good of a match as their quarterfinal here 3 years ago so far. Alcaraz came back when Sinner was serving for the match in that one. That's what, in the fourth set, that's what Sinner is going to have to do here, it looks like. 40 love for Carlos. Forehand that goes out. If we even get to 5-4, I mean, the way Alcaraz has been returning, the way Sinner's been serving, I mean, it's not out of the question that Alcaraz could just break to win it here. 5-3 is 1 game away, 4 points away. Alcaraz has come into this tournament with just such a swagger about him that it's just amazing. He's lost just 1 set so far in this tournament, which actually ties him with Medvedev. Medvedev lost just 1 set in his U.S. Open run. That was to Botic van de Zandschulp. Not to Djokovic in the final, it was to Botic van de Zandschulp. Alcaraz losing the 1 set, the second set to Sinner, which you can't fault him too much. No man has still, number one, defended the U.S. Open title since 2008. There was a legit curse, the Roger Federer curse, on the U.S. Open title, defending it. The Roger Federer curse, the infamous Roger Federer curse. Nobody can defend the title after Federer defended it 4 times in a row, winning 5 U.S. Open titles. Federer never won one again. Nobody has defended it again. Carlos 3 points away from winning it here at 15-all. And also, nobody has ever won the U.S. Open and the Open era without dropping a set. So both those things could remain to be true after today. Let's see. Alcaraz is 3 points away from making that true, and also from reclaiming world number 1 for the first time in over 2 years. And man, is it deserved. You can't say it's not deserved. He is in his 8th consecutive final, and he is playing some otherworldly tennis. Forehand down the line, usually makes that in the net. It's crazy to say usually makes it about that shot, but 30-15. So they're at least trying to make him serve for it and feel the pressure. Just 2 hours and 33 minutes, which is not a long time for 4 sets. This could be the closest set that they've played in this match. Sinner's trying to make it that. But it's really been a good level from both in this set. It was just a poor game from Sinner at 2-2-2 after having control in that game. A couple of errors, and that was all it took. But genuinely a poor game from Sinner there to give away the break. It's 40-15. Serve, Sinner. First serve's out. Second serve. First serve percentage wasn't high against Felix, and it also not high here. It's not 49%, I think, like it was against Felix, but it's certainly, I don't know. It actually might be. I need to check what his first serve percentage is. He misses that backhand long. 40-30. Alcaraz again 3 points away. Sinner serve. Out wide, backhand. Carlos, what a return. What a +1. Forehand, big to the backhand of Sinner. Backhand Alcaraz. Backhand's in the net. Great rally. Great shots from Sinner. Positive reaction for him. 5-4. Still staying positive. It's the exact position that Alcaraz came back against Sinner 3 years ago. Also the same position Alcaraz came back against Sinner earlier this year. Sinner has yet to do a comeback like that. But just want to point that out. First serve percentage for Sinner in this match, 48%. So that's something that he's going to look at. He was even not particularly happy with the serve at times in Cincinnati. It's just the little things. Obviously, Sinner made the final in both, lost to Alcaraz in both. Alcaraz, especially if he wins this match, best player in the world. But he'll need to try to improve that going into the last part of the season this year. Alcaraz 6-0 in his career after being up 2-1. I'm surprised that he's only been in that position 6 times, but that's not going to last. He's going to have matches where he's up 2-1 and loses, but so far in his career, that is true. In turn, he's also never lost from 2-love up, but that's pretty rare for players of his level of greatness. Anyway, but 2-1, he'll definitely lose at some point a match. What's more amazing to me is his 5-set record. To me, essentially, he's never lost a 5-set match. The only one he lost going when he was down 2-love, and he almost came back in that match against one of the best players in the world, Matteo Berrettini, when he was like 18 or 17 or something. So to me, essentially, he's never lost a 5-set match. That's amazing. And also, it's going to be a big moment when he loses his next 5-set match. To me, his first, really. Backhand cross court, backhand of Sinner's in this point. Forehands. Misses it cross court. I thought he had the down the line open. I don't know why he hesitated. I thought he could have went for the higher percentage down the line shot. I mean, it's lower percentage because it's over the higher part of the net, but Alcaraz 3 points away, 15-love. That could have actually been an important moment there. Sinner missing that shot. Alcaraz serve. Backhand center. Forehand of Carlos. What a shot. What a +1. Alcaraz is just insane. Seriously. I feel like I opened myself up to some bragging rights because I did pick Sinner for Australian Open and Wimbledon. I picked Alcaraz to win the U.S. Open last year. Before the year started, I chose Sinner to win Australian Open and Wimbledon, Alcaraz for U.S. Open. I only got the French Open incorrect because Alcaraz is insane. But yeah, pretty excited about that as well. Backhand, forehand of Alcaraz, backhand down the line, forehand of Alcaraz. Forehand cross court with forehand of Carlos. That's going to go out. 30-15. Oh, no. What do you mean? I thought you were rooting for Carlos. Mixed signals, Lexi. Mixed signals much? He's 2 points away. Who are you rooting for? Alcaraz is within close distance. Serve Carlos down the tee, forehand center, forehand drop shot, center runs. Does he make that? He misses that center. So it's 2 championship points for Carlos Alcaraz. Lost last year to Botic van de Zandschulp. But apparently, if you don't play Botic van de, if Alcaraz does not play Botic van de Zandschulp, he's going to win the U.S. Open. 2 match points for Carlos Alcaraz. That is crazy. Second round of the U.S. Open, loses to Botic in straight sets. Now he's got 2 championship points to reclaim world number 1. Forehand, Sinner. Forehand of Alcaraz. Forehand of Sinner. Forehand slice. That's in the net. Great play from Sinner. And it wouldn't be as big of a comeback as Alcaraz did at the French Open, to be fair. 1 championship point less. One more for Alcaraz here. First time ever that 3 men have played 3 consecutive finals on 3 different surfaces. First time that a rivalry has played, I say 2 men in a rivalry have played 3 consecutive finals on 3 different surfaces. First time 2 men play 3 finals in a year at slam level. Backhand, center. Oh! What a return of serve. Oh, that is ridiculous. What in the world was that? Sinner with the greatest return he's hit all match. Saves another. I mean, you never know. This would be very, very Sinner-Alcaraz rivalry-like if Sinner could somehow at least win this game. That was maybe the best return of Sinner's life. Serve, forehand, center. Backhand of Alcaraz is an important point now. Backhand defending, overhead from Carlos off a lob. Another championship point for Carlos, who has to smile because he is being put into some nervy situations here. All he can do is smile. Sinner to be back, I believe. Okay. Steph Curry. Yeah, Curry's watching. I just wanted it to go 5. Fair enough. I still believe Sinner will come back in this game. I mean, well, let's see. Alcaraz serve. Out wide. Carlos Alcaraz wins his 6th major title. And this guy turns 23 in May next year. 6 majors for the Spaniard in their 3rd Grand Slam final they play this year. A rematch of what was an all-time epic here 3 years ago. A rematch of Wimbledon this year. A rematch of an all-time epic at the French this year. The 6th consecutive meeting in a final. And it is Alcaraz who reigns supreme. But these 2 guys are dominating the tour. I'm just going to be honest. That was probably some of the best tennis I've ever seen from Alcaraz. I really think so. Some of the most complete tennis I've seen from him. His serving ability, his confidence. I mean, this guy has grown up in front of our eyes. He was amazing pretty much in his first match that he played on tour. He won the first match that he ever played on the ATP Tour, but he, since then, has just barely lost. And he has taken the tour by storm. So congrats to Carlos. 6-4 in the 4th. He's getting better and better, which is scary. He is back to world number 1. All right, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, Quality Shot Tennis. I'll be doing more streams and more video content. You can follow my X as well, which is, you can see below my name, Anthony's_tennis. Don't forget to like the stream as well. And yeah, don't forget to subscribe, Quality Shot Tennis, guys. Thanks for watching. Thank you guys. Number 1, Carlos. Yes. Yeah. Yep. All right, thank you guys for watching. And yeah, I think I'm just going to head out. But I first just want to look at Alcaraz's stats just to really put through how insane Alcaraz played. It's not all numbers, especially when Carlos Alcaraz is hitting behind the back shots and whatever. Like, you can't just chalk it all up to stats. But the stats are a good signifier in general of how well somebody plays. Sinner is considered one of the best servers on tour. Alcaraz is not really considered one of the best servers on tour. Alcaraz hits 10 aces. Sinner hits 2. Alcaraz doesn't hit a single double fault. He made 61% of first serves in, which is decent. But what's amazing is he lost just 9 points on first serve, single digits. He does pretty well on second serve points. And then if you look at winners and unforced errors, 41-24. He hits 20 more aces than JANNIK Sinner. And I know Sinner is probably not at his best, but also 20 for 27 on net points. Actually, Sinner did well in that regard too, which I guess is exciting. They came to net often when they had pretty much the point won, but still 20 for 27. And yeah, he wins 56% of points. If you know that stat, that's amazing playing Sinner on hardcourt, and you win 56% of points overall. But 10 aces to 2. The winners to errors, and barely losing points on first serve. Alcaraz was genuinely awesome. So very good match from him, serving as well as ever, and just incredible on defense, the depth of shot. He was constantly putting Sinner under pressure. And even though Sinner didn't play at his best, Alcaraz played at his best, and it was something to watch. So thanks, guys, for joining into the match. Yeah, see you next stream. Thanks, Arafine, as well. Thanks, Lexi. See you guys later at the next one. And yeah, thank you guys for watching. Carlos Alcaraz, 6 majors. He is collecting these major, like, he's the youngest man to win multiple slams on multiple surfaces, on every single surface. And that's something to mention. And it is unclear really what surfaces is best, because he just plays amazing on all of them. So Alcaraz is all-time good. He's already an all-time great in some regards. In most regards, really, he is an all-time great, and it's amazing. At 22 years old, and yeah, thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys for the next one. Alcaraz reigns supreme in New York.